G'day, you dunce. How are we? Is everyone ready? Orcris first, Vongo second, George to third. Jupers late. I was wondering what you meant by Kate Jupers, and now I know. Now I know. G'day. Welcome to the stream. Apparently someone will be playing, may be playing Bobble Shop Sim on stream in front of like 300 people. Maybe. Yep. Diagloguing? What do you mean? Creating NPC dialogues while I am dialoguing about it. Yep. 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 Anyway. We do this first because we have ads. Gamer and Dex are both late. Should have gotten here earlier. Unfortunate. Sayings that involve food, I don't know. Johannesburger. Yeah. Things you don't eat that end in foods. Owned it. Small food. Hello, Avinity, how we doing? Oh, so you won't be chatting with us? I mean, I'll be chatting with you. That'll be part of my dialoguing. Yeah. Part of my dialoguing. Game duel? Alright, we'll finish this off and then we'll do game duel. Nail gun. Hard hat. Tool belt. Ladder. Easy. Easy. Too easy. Walking Dead Season 1. Okay, we're looking for a third-person single-player game. 2000, like earlier than 2007. So we can look at something like a Mario or a Zelda. Could be a Zelda. Like, I don't know the timeline of them. Okay, it's not a Zelda. So it's 2006. The game was released in 2006. It's either fantasy or open world. It's not an RPG, so it's not going to be The Witcher. Probably a shooter. Might be Crisis. Nope. Not a shooter either. So, a hack and slash? God of War? Not a platformer or a hack and slash either. What? Not puzzle, not RPG, not point and click, not shooter, not hack and slash, not platformer. Tony Hawk's Pro Skater 3. Not sport. It's an open world adventure game that has nothing else. Rockstar Games. It's Rockstar Games, but it's not a shooter, so it's not Grand Theft Auto, it's not Red Dead Redemption. It's not rage. It's not postal. Does Rockstar do any games that aren't shooter? What? The bully. Oh, the bully! The bully! Yes! Bully. Yes! I forgot the bully. I completely forgot about that. This is the prequel to GTA 3. Alright. We have some modeling to do to start off today. Love that game. Never played it. Never played it. Midnight Club was them, I think, was it? Blender gameplay, yay! I think they did some racing games. I mean, maybe. Let's see. Viewport display in front. Thank you very much. Thank you muchly. I want to create a new animation. New animation. One here. Why can't I get rid of that one? It was assigned to other stuff. I'm gonna have to check this Midnight Club. Ah yeah, it was by Rockstar. There you go. Similar to Midtown Madness. Interesting. Very, very interesting. What up, Bilbo? How we doing? G'day to you. What does everyone think about the transparency on the window? Because I've seen a lot of people using Linux having the transparency on the window. And I'm like, there's some applications like Godot and Firefox that I don't want the transparency. These ones, I'm kind of okay with it. It distracts you? Yeah, me too. This one's kind of okay. But this one here, I don't think I like it on Blender. It's very... What I might do, whatever has focus, doesn't have opacity. Yeah. Yeah, no, it does bother me a bit, like... Oh, hang on, that's what I need to do. I still need to go... NVIM Hyperland. Window rule. Opacity override. Match class. Firefox. Godot. There we go. There we go. Now Godot doesn't have the opacity. Firefox doesn't have the opacity, so anything I'm watching in an unfocused window doesn't. Yeah. There we are. Oh, that's the slot display net. Whoops. Okay. What I wanted to do... Let's see what this looks like. Wonder if we just use that, the attack melee left, for repairing. Or the attack melee right. Yeah. I can just use the attack melee right as the repair animation. Get like a mini hammer mounted under their hand, and then it'll look like they're hammering the bobblehead. Easy. What I do need is when they are broken. I wonder. A lot of games use hammers to fix stuff. Yep. Yeah. I'm actually wondering... These things here, these static meshes there. Do they... Like, they're using the same material. They're using the same material, but they're different meshes, so they don't get batched in the same draw call, do they? Though, in case of bobbleheads, it would be interesting to use a wrench to screw in the bobblehead. So... Why auto mod? It's because you said to screw in. And auto mod doesn't understand full context. So this is just for the bobbleheads themselves. Okay, Orcrus. So I'm not gonna have the bobblehead sitting there like turning a wrench or anything like that. Regarding the draw call worry, 100 different textures in this case leads to essentially 100 different materials. Ecliptic! G'day, you good dunce. How are you doing? Welcome in. I hope you enjoyed your stream. I'm just doing a bit of investigating here. A draw call drawing one incredibly complex object can be more of a problem than thousands of draw calls drawing relatively simple things, especially in Vulcan, where draw call quality simply does not mean what it did 20 or 10 years ago. Instead of optimizing draw call quantity, optimize for draw call weight. Drawing 100 buildings with unique textures is not inherently going to be a problem. Vulcan is just one backend which might not even be used, and draw calls are still something easy to note and lower. Drawing 100 different materials is just not good practice. That's true. That's true. Especially for something static as buildings. Of course, measuring performance before trying to optimize is always needed. And often it's literally unavoidable. Target different metric optimizations. Yeah, this person just doesn't care about the discussion. They're just saying this is what I say, nothing else. But yeah, tell us what you were up to today, Ecliptic. Tell everyone. Almost raid? Exactly. How you doing, Woosah? I've been publicly dumb on stream for the past 5 hours. That's just called streaming. Yep. Draw call's not equal. 100 meshes with the same material. The first draw call needs to compile a shader and will be less performant than 99 others that use the same shader. Are material instances considered as different shaders? The shaders are pre-compiled, but you will see them compile in edit automatically as they are stored in the data cache. If you delete the cache, all shaders will need to be rebuilt. This data cache can be shared so that each team member does not have to... a shader is essentially a list of instructions. Another caveat is using multiple materials on one mesh. So for example, let's say you have a highly detailed car model that is 3 million triangles, but all in one mesh. Each time you add a material to it, such as paint, glass, leather, plastic, etc., 3 million triangles need to be entirely redrawn with another draw call. Okay, yep. That makes sense. Multicolor! Still working on that formation stuff, and for 5 hours I've been referencing the correct game object, but the incorrect script. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. I've done that before. Trust me, I've done that before. Okay, so... I'm wondering... I think there's a better way. Like, there's an optimization to be had. We do that. Because at the moment, it's just each bobble box is 7 different meshes. You got the base, the 4 sides, the front that breaks, and then the top that goes over. So if I could drop that down to just 1 mesh instead of 6, and when you have 100 of them, it's only 100 meshes that are in a draw call instead of, like, it's only the 100, not the 600. I think that'll kick performance up a bit. That's just doing things smarter. But same with the bobbleheads. So what's the best way? What is the best way to set up the broken bobble positions? I'm thinking all the bobbleheads have a static mesh, not a skinned mesh. And then when they're being held, actually, it could be it. Huh. I have an idea. Brain is coming up with stuff. Missing dependency repairing. Right here. Oh, I know why. That's why. There we go. Because I moved the script, but I didn't update the mesh. Yep. We go static. And static. Oh no, because the spring bone requires... Okay, so what we can do... By default, that's visible. So... in held... when we do enable bobble, we go switch meshes. We do bobble visible. Static body. You're late, Cam. I'm gonna make sure that these two are in sync. Make sure that those two are the opposites. Car is still going strong 10 hours later. I'm just asserting my dominance now by doing a 450-mile drive. No, no, Cam. No, no. The more you drive, the more chance there is for an accident. You gotta make sure the car knows who's boss. Oh, God. Oh, golly, golly, goodness, gosh. Make sure the car knows what we'll be doing for the rest of its life. It drives so well. This does not bode well. This does not bode well. I need to move some things around. I forgot what working brakes feels like. I'm somewhere in England, I don't know where. Oh my God. You look at a GPS and you're like, oh, hang on, I'm in France. Okay, so seen them earlier today asking people to take them to Newcastle. There's a charity group of kids trying to hitchhike their way to Madrid as a challenge. They have, like, they have parents with them doing the hitchhiking, right? No. No. Okay. their parents should be charged with like child endangerment or something. Advertising, oh yes, our kids are going to be hitchhiking across the country. No parents are gonna be there. None at all. Are they stupid? Countries, not country. That's even worse. Scotland, England, France, Spain. That's stupid. That is stupid. That is the worst idea ever. They made it to London. So far. That's... Jesus. I don't know how the French will feel about it at the border. Yeah, like, aren't they gonna need, like, passports to... I'm sure France isn't just gonna go, sure, kids that have no parent or guardian with you, come into our country. Charity organization that has sorted it. That is wild. It is absolutely wild. Pop that there. Scottish guy right now walking 4,000 miles from LA to Boston to get there just in time for the World's Cup for men's mental health. So, like, that's fine. Like, there's... Was it this one? I don't think it was this guy. There, this guy walked from Perth to Sydney. And there's someone else that this guy, Catman, is like he's weird. He's an odd one. Yeah. That's nothing new. They might not be checked in France. But if they are, they might need to ID them. Yeah. Look, gotta keep driving. Go for it, Cam. Keep your eyes on the road. Gonna try and bury my shame and stupidity in a bowl of pasta. It's okay, Ecliptic. You're not alone. We've all done that. We've all done that. These kids are not over legal age. Legal adult age. And without any guardians, I feel like police should get called. Exactly. Exactly. That's what I'm saying, Orcrus. like, yeah, exactly, Woosa. Exactly. That's the important part. Anyway, so held will enable that. Idle disables it. Switch meshes. Stocked. Walk. Static. I'm gonna have this. That. True. False. Voila. So yellow. Why is your face in rainbow mode? Because of that. That's why, Woosa. Chat gets to do that now. Call me Coldplay, because I was all yellow. How we doing, Zakua? Before we switched from VS Code to NeoVim, despite being familiar with the motions, but it was hard tweaking the LSP, but worth it. Yeah, I think it's also worth it as well. And try and make face disappear. Just select purple. If you select purple, then that'll do it. So we want to do switch meshes, true. Purple. See? See? I'm basically invisible. I'm hiding in the shadows. Yeah. Purple fits you well. so that should handle the meshes correctly. Let's see what happens here. Oh, yep. That's going to be up here where we do meshes. I've got a specific function to handle this stuff. Yeah, so yeah, I think those bobble boxes are going to be a large cause of the problem. Because what we've got 10 there. You got 18 there for 28. No, 18. No, 18, 10, yeah, 28, 31, 36 in that top row. If we say each row there has 36, and there's what, 5 rows there. So we're looking at 150, 180 boxes. Each of them have 6 meshes. No, 7 meshes being displayed. The top, the bottom, the 4 sides, and then there's a specific cutout of the front that gets turned off when the box is broken. So there's 7 meshes there. So that 180 by 7, you're looking at 700 and another... What? Wait, not 700. Yeah, 700. And then not quite another 700, but about 600, 560. So that's 1,500 meshes, like over 1,500 meshes. That's a lot of meshes just being rendered there. So if I can cut that down so that all of those are a static mesh, that will definitely give a performance bump. Where are we? products. So there's all of these. I'm going to rename this to static. And what I'm going to do, I'm going to duplicate all those. Select you. Join. By distance. Oh, we didn't get the back. Did we? Oh, snap. Okay. Okay, so that there. Get rid of that. Okay, there we are. So I want to do sharp meshes. I think if we... Cool. Now with that... I feel these inner walls here. We can actually get rid of those. Because we only need the outside faces for all this. And then this front bit here. What I want to do... Huh. Okay, so that's why those weren't. Now simplify these meshes. I want to make a game, so is a visual novel good to start? Because I've heard it's fairly easy to make. Center looks like has a bit too much polygon. So yeah, this center here is for the vertice, like the vertex groups, which does the breaking. So what I'll do... visual novels are, like, can be a good start. The thing with a visual novel is you're going to need a good storyline. So visual novels are great if you are a storyteller and not an animator or artist. Because then you don't need to worry about... Select basis. Let's see. Perhaps I should try it first. There's plenty of tools out there as well. Like RenPy is a very popular one for visual novels. So start with that. Have you played Schedule 1 before? I have played Schedule 1 before, Zakua. I have. Very fun game. Very, very fun game. Nutrition facts? Yes. You'll notice that they have 420 calories. One bobblehead is 6.9 mil, and they have no nutrition whatsoever. Teal. That's why I didn't have that. Yeah. Um, and now back to purple. That's too bright. Now there. Ah, yeah. Of course. You good with that? Beautiful. Dissolve the edges there. There's a slight change, but all right. These ones here. Get rid of that, I get rid of that. We need that one. We need that one. There we are. Alright, so that is our static mesh now. Oh! It's good to have an improvement. Bubble boxes. Bubble boxes. Bubble boxes. Bubble boxes. Alright, so we do that. Now, we need to re-import I'll leave it as that. Now, ooh, what? We've got ads in progress? What? What? I may have completely missed those ad breaks. I completely missed that ad break. So, let's see if we can complete this, shall we? Multi! Thank you very much, Hilden. I hope I'm bright enough for you. So we need something there. There. We go there. There. I go there. I have to go there to get that. Unless I... Oh yeah, like I've got to go there to get that. If I go there. Unless I put one there. If I put one there, and we light up that... I would still have you go through that way. You come through there. You go at the top. Like so. One of those needs to be highlighted. I could go that one, and then that one. And then we have to get that, but now I can't get you, so... like that. Because now I can't get those. I think I've messed up. Yeah. Messed up. Messed up. More visible now. Very on the spectrum of visibility. Only of visibility. Yeah. Actually, we need a node 3D. There we are. So we'll go animated. Animated visible. Animated. There, yep, that's fine. All right. Like so. Ooh, that's something I've forgotten to do. I need to move you down there. Let's see if this improves performance at all. Visible 41. What's this? Animated visible. Yeah. What? That's nonsensical. Mystery Bobble Box 52. So... let's see if that does any better. This one here. Set these up. And then that front brake. Do that. Mesh top static. Mystery Bowl Box 54. That's what we need. Ah, whoops. Oh, what the fuck? I know what's happening there. And then under here, you need to be skipped. So this is up to 1,000 draw calls. Why weren't you visible? Oh, I know why you weren't visible. Yep. I know why it wasn't visible. Mystery bobble box, when we create the bobble, we begin open, and we go bobble switch meshes true. So the issue is that there's still a ton of draw calls. That 5,900 objects drawn. It's this, isn't it? It's the labels. The second that this comes into view, total objects drawn and total draw calls jump. So it's this. I need to that's what I need to focus on for performance improvements next. What would it be? I say it's causing a lot of draw calls and object draws. And objects. Yeah. Not sure how I'm going to do that. Because, like, is a label more performant than a label 3D? Label versus label 3D. And fix label 3D performance issues. So yeah, label 3Ds are going to be the main issue with my performance, by the sounds of things. It does sound like the problem. So I could do 4 label 3D performance. Shader with grid mapped UV and some custom SDF for when his numbers could save your ass. That's a good idea. That's a good idea. Wouldn't it be useful to create a scene just for measuring number of draw calls for a single object? Nah, I know that it's the label 3Ds. The problem is control nodes are not batched, so 700 labels are 700 draw calls. Could make the label a texture on a plane mesh and use a multi-mesh instance to make it one draw call. Forgot to mention their label 3Ds. I wonder... Let's do... Where's our price tag? It's our box sticker. I mean, I could still check under here. Text. I'm trying to find an update value. Something that can limit the number of updating. Yeah. I don't think there is. Because I think that would just be if I had a viewport or something with a label on it. We'll have a look at that later. You going to use the attack right hand animation. Let's go into our bobblehead. But yeah, that definitely... Yeah. Based on what I just saw, with the draw calls jumping by 400, once that... As soon as the price tag came into view, it was at like 100, and then I get the price tag in view, and it jumps up to 500. It's like, all right, something's going on with performance with that price tag. If I turned off all the price tags, like if we go, not box sticker, the price tag, we set that thing's visibility off. I want to double check this. Look at that. So that's like 600 draw calls lower. Because this was hitting 1200 draw calls. And now we've gotten rid of all of the labels. And now it's 600 draw calls. So... interesting. So you look at that. You go up to this thing. Interesting. You go up to this thing here. The panel on the left too. The interaction in the UI. What up, David? How we doing, Chicky? See, the second that comes in, right there, something there is causing it to jump from 200 to 500. And from 1100 to 4900. But you'll notice that FPS doesn't change when that happens. Like, FPS drops here when you've got, like, a bunch of stuff visible. That's always gonna happen. But this is a lot smoother without the price tags visible. So it's, yeah, it's something to do with the price tags. Yeah. Something to do with those label 3Ds. Maybe even the sprite 3Ds. Maybe I just need to change, like, put a single sprite 3D that's got a viewport texture and have that stuff displayed as part of viewport texture. Maybe that's what I need. But I don't know. Does each viewport have its own draw call? I think it does. Because the text is different on each of them. So, yeah. Like, if I run it now with the same stuff, so like, look at that. That's up to like almost 13,000. FPS dips down to 95. When before, without the price tags, FPS wasn't going below 120. Yeah, definitely the price tags. 100% the price tags. Cool. Well, at least we know where to focus. Where to focus our next improvements, so. Good stuff. Good stuff. From here, we need an idle to go to... That's right. Assets. Regular bubbles. We need attack melee right. Loop mode linear. Saved file. Repair. There we go. Now, we want to load that animation. Repair. You're late, Tricky. How dare you? Leave that out. Okay. Take this here. Go repair. Go back. What are we using? Advanced expression. Okay, so we need to go state machine. Current state. State is 5 to 20, so 14. Did you fix yesterday's issue? What was yesterday's issue? Was that the input field? The issue with the input fields? Because, yes, I did. You know it. Yeah, that one I fixed yesterday off stream. Popped the build up. Everything was fantastic. State machine. Current state. State. Is not 14. Was I yesterday's issues? Because I'm not fixed. Try harder. I'm not even gonna try. That sounds like too much effort, Tricky. That's so much effort. How would I even go about something so insane? I'm not a flippin' woman psychiatrist. But I have learned one or two things through conversations with my mother. For anyone that doesn't know, that's a quote from Moss and the IT crowd. So we have the animation tree set up. It's from idle to repair. What's the IT crowd? But I don't remember this part. It's the one where Roy breaks up with his girlfriend. It's like the first episode of season 2 or season 3. He's like really upset about it. And Moss comes up to him and is like, "Oh, women, eh?" Can't live with them, can't live without them, can't find them most of the time. What up, Jack? I'm doing fantastic. How are you doing? Just reminding people about how good IT Crowd was. Yeah. That show is so good. It's amazingly fantastic. That's what it is. Personally, like, it's one of the shows that I keep going back to watch over and over again. Very funny. That's that done. Make every new hire in the IT department watch it. If you haven't watched the IT Crowd, you're not allowed to work in IT. It's law. You wouldn't steal a car. You wouldn't shoot a police officer. You wouldn't steal the police officer's helmet. You wouldn't defecate in the police officer's helmet and then mail it to their grieving widow. And then steal the helmet again. Piracy is theft. I love it. Never gonna get over IT Crowd. What was I doing? That's right, we need to figure out some repair dialogues. Okay, so... what do we need? Extras. What we need is... to have a look at our existing dialogues. Oh, sorry, I missed that. How easy is Godot to use? Godot is very easy to use. The pitfall that people usually have when they transfer to Godot from Unity or Unreal is they don't like that. They try to equate things in Godot to things in Unity or things in Unreal instead of just understanding what they are in Godot. So that's something that a lot of people ask. They're like, oh, like I don't understand the node system. Like I understand Unity's component and object system, but I don't understand the node system. And it's like, well, that's probably because you're trying to think of Godot in terms of Unity objects and components instead of in terms of Godot's context. So, yeah. It needs to be dialogue, hiccup, angry, neutral, irrational. Nice. Something else. Neutral, nice, irrational, relaxed. Just wondering, as I've seen it but never touched it. I'll have to look into it then. What about programming? So the programming, you can do one of two things. Since you've used Unity, Jack, I would suggest when you go to get Godot, when you go to download it, I would suggest getting this version here, the GodotEngine.net. The reason being is because you will then be able to use C# to code your Godot game, which will be easier for you since you've already used Unity, which is also C#. So you've already got that programming background. There's no point in like switching over into GD script if you already know C#. So that's what I'd recommend. But the programming is very, very easy. I suggest going through their docs because you've got these here on their docs page, like the very first page of their docs. So you can have a look at, you know, I know how to make a game. I want to know how to use Godot, for example. Yeah? You go to that and it'll take you through how to use Godot. Or, I've never made a game before. I want to make a game. You go to that. It's going to take you through the introduction to everything. And it even gives you like C# and GD script code samples as you go through. And then there's, what is there? Under getting started, there's your first 2D game and your first 3D game. This will take you through the basics of setting up a player, setting up enemies, setting up a score system and collisions and signals and all that kind of stuff. It's gonna do all of that. And then after that, you can basically go from there. Their documents are very, very well built out. So for instance, a character body 3D's documentation, they go through what it is and why you use it. They have tutorials on it. And then they go through all the properties, all the methods, the enumerables that they've got, any signals that exist. And if you have a look at something like, where are we? Move and slide, for example. You go to that, And it explains in a lot of detail what that function is doing. So the documentation is very well filled out. Even with a rigid body, so if you're like a rigid body 2D, it's got the same level. That's all very... Sometimes you'll get this, which will actually go through an example of code. So... yeah. Like, I've seen Unity's documentation and Unreal Engine's documentation. Don't like it. I do not like the documentation that they have, personally. It's just, it's yeah, not nice. Not nice. It's trash too, basic, not enough detail. Yeah. And I think that's the issue with a lot of documentation across almost every system out there. Not just game engines, but most systems, the documentation's very basic and just crap. But yeah. Have to look around to get answers. Like, if you need something answered in Godot, chances are you can go to their documentation and get an answer from the documentation if you learn how to read the documentation. Like, they even have... where are we? Not class reference. They've got, like, this troubleshooting section. Where are we? They've also got performance. So they've got this performance section, which goes through general optimization tips in Godot, as well as CPU optimization, GPU optimization, using multi-meshes and shader stutter, and optimizing 3D performance, and all this kind of stuff. Like threads. Like, they go through and help you out with a lot of performance improvement stuff. So yeah. Like, this takes you through animating thousands of fish with a multi-mesh instance 3D. So... and all of this documentation is open source as well. So like, all of that documentation is handled through a Git repo. So if you notice something in the documentation that's incorrect or that is not explained clearly enough, you can contribute and raise a pull request against it. And then they'll review it, and they'll, like, if it's worth it, they'll accept it and go from there. So. Thank you for making me my normal color, Wusa. Much appreciated. We need these dialogues. I think the other thing we need... like purple, but I'm more used to the teal. Yep. Yep. Also, the purple is difficult for people to see. They can't see my mustache if you do that. What time do you go lives? I'm in UK. 2 hours ago is when I went live. I usually stream for 5 hours. And then I take a 5-hour break. And then I stream for another 5 hours. That's my schedule right there. 7 a.m. to midday, Australian Eastern Time. It says Australian Eastern Time because it doesn't matter if it's standard or daylight savings. If I go from daylight savings to standard, then it stays as 7 a.m. to midday my time. So yeah, I do a morning stream, take 5 hours off, do an evening stream. Too much rubbish is filling my head with information that's not useful, whereas you inform me. That's what I try to do. I try to be straight to the point without adding 45 other things that was like, oh, also at some point you'll need this, at some point you'll need this. Once you've figured out how to do this, you'll need to do this. No. Just focus on what you need to know now. Okay, so this is excellent. I really need to learn macros in Neovim. Okay. Let's start with timeouts. Macros are really cool. They are, but my brain has not bothered to learn them yet. Oh, damn, Jack! Much appreciate the 5. Ooh, you hit Hadoukenin. You hit Hadoukenin. Much appreciated. You fantastic Gedunt you. Love your work. Absolutely love your work. Actually, Jack, do you have a specific game in mind that you want to make? Like, are you interested in the 2D or the 3D side of things? FYI, I did recommend your game to a next festival I watch. Should be today they play it, I think. I hope you don't mind. If so, sorry. Not at all, Gar. I'm assuming you mean Billy One Kirby. I'm assuming that's who you're talking about. I know only 2 from this list. Harrier Cat and Hadoukenin. I'd like to make more 2D to get to the ground running. Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. 2D is a good place to start. Don't be scared by 3D. 2D is a good one to start with, though, because 2D, I find art, like the pixel art stuff, to be easier for me to create than 3D, but I'm learning 3D stuff. But if you want to do 3D stuff, you've got things like Kenny NL, which has a bunch of free asset packs that you can download and start using for your game. Yeah, so you go like 3D, and then you've got a pirate kit. You can download this and implement, like create a basic bird view pirate game in 3D sort of thing. And then there's also, what was it? Poly Pizza. Poly Pizza has a bunch of free 3D models. Yeah, so you can get a bunch of free 3D models from here. There's also one person that uploads a lot of stuff here, Quaternius. They have so many different things on Poly Pizza that are free. But if you search their name, like just Quaternius, They have their own website. So Quaternius has all this stuff here. Yeah. They have fantasy characters, like modular fantasy characters and base characters. But if you go in here, they have a free pack, which gives you these 8 Ranger and Peasant models completely for free. Can be used for personal, educational, and commercial projects, CC0. Or you can pay for the source for a price and then get access to all of this, as well as the blend files, so that you can like switch things around and whatnot. So you can use the Quaternius stuff to get things started, and then buy the higher end ones once you've got a foundation. There is a ton of stuff out there to use for 3D. So level 2 Heart Train as well. I know, right? I know. Level 2. So the basic stuff is not animated. So they have something separate for animations. So if we go back here, they have this animation library here, which the free animation library comes with all of these. And then you can take this animation library and apply the animations and armatures and stuff like that to the models that you get. And then you've got the paid. So if you buy a license to them, you get all of these animations. So yeah. What up, USA? How you doing? Let's see. Oh my god, I've collected all of the 11 emotes. Much appreciate the hype train there, Jack. We've got ads playing, or ads coming up, so we're going to take a short break while the ads play. We're working up with different ideas. What are you working on at the moment? I'm making Bobble Shop Simulator. Yeah. It's, I've got it pinned up there. I need to actually pin this one. There we go. So I've got a pinned message. It will take you through to our Steam page, which has a demo on it. So this thing. But yeah. G'day, Sprig. How we doing? And I'm actually using Cinti 3D models and Kenny 3D models for Bobble Shop Sim. So yeah. I'm an example of someone that's using those pre-made asset packs. Not third person. It was released in 2012. It has single player and something else. Call of Duty Black Ops 2. It's not a shooter or first person. That's right, Bobble Shop Simulator. Yeah. I enjoy K-Kit assets too for budget-friendly models. Yeah, K-Kit's good. Ooh, also, Humble Bundle at the moment. Humble Bundle has this kit. I got this kit myself, and it looks fantastic. I'm going to be using it a lot in my next game. But yeah, like, it's got a ton of modular pieces, so you can create a bunch of different robots. You can create like got your attachable crates. You've got your bags and pouches for a character model that you, like a character that you use. Panels as well. It's got decals. They've got reference images. They've got brushes and alphas. I think there's also some UI stuff in here. I think. Maybe it's just the decals. Yeah, I think it's just the decals. But I can take the decals and like pull them out into like a texture atlas and use all the icons from that. That'd be good. That'd be good. Oh, not third person, not first person. Isometric or side view? Could this be Diablo? No, it's not going to be Diablo 3 because it's not horror. It is isometric though. It is fantasy and it's probably an RPG. That's an interesting one. Isometric RPG or isometric hack and slash. That is fantasy. Or bird view. Could be bird view. Binding of Isaac, maybe? Does have single player, multiplayer, and co-op. Anyone got any ideas? Any thoughts on what this could be? Could be RPG, could be hack and slash. Divinity Sin. It's a good one. It's not Divinity Original Sin. Could be indie hack and slash, could be RPG. Dragon Age has third person perspective. Let's see. It's only fantasy action. So there's nothing else. It's just fantasy action. It's not Don't Starve. It's not Darksiders. Kingdom of Amalur. Is that isometric bird view? Actually, it's third person. All right. Torchlight. Ooh, Torchlight. That's a good one. Has it been that long since Torchlight? Holy shit. Torchlight 2 was 2012. I feel like Torchlight 2 was closer to like 2015 type thing. Very nicely done, USA. And it's in Ogre. Yeah. Torchlight's made in Ogre. Hob is made in Ogre, which I think is by the same people, isn't it? Alright. Dialogues. Real shame about the sequel. So, a relaxed person that's coming in after a week to pick up their bobblehead that you have not repaired yet. They're sick of waiting. They're coming in. They just want to say, it's been a week. Can I just get my bobblehead back? And they'll get it repaired. Get it repaired somewhere else. I just want to get my bobblehead back. Now, here's the issue. Nice meeting you. I'll be on when I can. I've joined the Discord, which best of luck. Thank you, Jack. Also, we are going to be migrating to Stoat soon. So we do have a Stoat set up. So feel free to... Actually, do I still have... I think it's all updated. But yeah, I'm always here twice a day, most of the time. If I don't feel like it, then I'm not here, but you can generally find me now and like 10 hours from now. So... Irrational. Should I add a cancel button to the dialogues so you can like cancel out of the dialogue and not like the NPC just goes back to waiting for you? Okay. Add cancel option to dialogues. So NPC just goes back to waiting. Cool. Have a look in Stoat. It's basically the same as Discord, but without all of the ID and data tracking stuff. Like with a few scenarios where players might accidentally talk to an NPC they don't want to deal with yet. Yeah, yeah. Also, it could be, like, you could have the situation of they're wanting to trade something, but they... like, what they're requesting, you don't have on your collection, but you have on a shelf. Like, you have on a bobble stand or a card holder. And you're like, ooh, actually, I'll go get that. I'll go get that from the card holder or from the shelf, from the bobble stand. And then I'll trade. Something like that. Yeah. So we have timeout irrational. Give my bobblehead back this instant. You've wasted my time and I'm going to sue you. Because they're irrational. Get it? I know you've probably been busy, but I really need this bobblehead repaired. I'd like it back. So I can take it elsewhere. Angry. They're angry. Or if you just keep their bobblehead and never repair or return it. So you would never be able to close your store. That's what'll happen. That's what'll happen. So if you have a customer waiting for dialogue and they want their bobblehead back, but you don't give it to them, they're just going to stay waiting there. And you can't close your store at the end of the day and proceed to the next day until all customers are out of the store. Therefore, you have to finish. You have to give them the bobblehead back. However, what you could do is you could go and repair that bobblehead quickly and then give it back to them. However, if you make a deal with them that, you know, you'll pay them, like, you'll charge them $60 to repair their bobblehead. Every day that you don't repair it after the first day, 10% of that original cost comes off how much they're going to pay you. So if you just wait until they come in complaining about it, A, you get a bad review. Because the longer you take, the worse the review is. And also you get paid less. So, yeah. Don't really want that. That's a bad thing. Very, very bad thing. That's counter to what you need. Can you sue the bad reviewers for defamation like they do in IRL? No. No, you can't. All the reviews in this are going to be valid reviews. Can the player model collide push the customers? No. No, it can't. Because this is not a combat game. Dialogue repair time at angry. Have you even started repairing my bobblehead? I'd like to take my business to your competitor. If you won't do your job, I'm taking my business to your competitor. And then neutral. My friend said they can repair my bobblehead for me. Can you go grab it? Can you go grab mine? There we go. That's good enough. It's good neutral. Now we need... So, it's an excellent repair job. Okay? An excellent repair job. What are we doing here? What an amazing job. Nicely done. This is a bit extra. For such great work. So, dialogue pickup, excellent, irrational. Interesting combo. So, excellent is the quality of the repair. Irrational is the personality of the NPC that is picking it up. Yep. So, it's an excellent repair job that they're picking up, but the NPC is irrational. So, what would an irrational NPC state for a bobble pickup? Maybe... I don't have time for this. I don't have time for what they came in to pick up the order. Like, Tricky. Tricky, what would an irrational customer say? What would you say in this position, Tricky? Stuff. Excellent, irrational. Does appear to be repaired. It does appear to be repaired. What? Do you want a cookie for doing your job? Also, I think there was... What was it? Mustn't be under here. There it is. Oops. All right. Dialogue, pickup, excellent, nice. So it's an excellent repair job, but the NPC is nice. So that's already done. This one here. In progress. Actually, no, that's the actual... that's the actual logic. Never mind. Alright, dialogue, pickup, excellent, nice. What do we do here? So chat, this is going to be difficult for you. This is going to be very difficult for you. But if you were nice and someone did an excellent job repairing something for you, what would you say? I know it's difficult. I know we all suck and we're all a bunch of pricks. Okay, myself included. I'm sorry, I lack words for this scenario. Me too. I too lack the words for this scenario. What's the question? Imagine that you are nice, Woosa. It's difficult, but imagine you're nice. And someone repairs something for you and they do an amazing job. Okay? Stop, I can't be nice. I'm not asking you to be nice. I'm saying pretend, like, imagine you are, like, what in that situation would you say? Yeah? If we do... There we go. I love it. I love it. All right. Now it's your time to shine, chat. Your time to shine. An angry review. So, excellent, angry. You're angry, and someone repaired something in an amazing way. What do you say? took you so long? Hurry up and give me my bobblehead. Actually. Hurry up and give me my bobblehead. Angry about the good work? Or angry because of external factors? Angry because of external factors. Like, their personality. Angry is just their personality. Thanks, bye. I hope you give my bobblehead. Hello, Brenna. How we doing? And then a neutral. A neutral. I'm great, Brenna. I am great. Looks good. Here's a little extra. Works. Mike, how are we? I need to have some water. I haven't had any water yet. Alright, a good repair job and someone that's relaxed. It's picking it up. Trying to find index out of bound error in my refactored code, kind of annoying. I think code is basically the same as before, or effectively. My refactored code sometimes tries to access index -1. And the output doesn't tell you what line it occurs on or anything like that. I know what line it is, but I don't understand why it's passing the initial check to access it. Are you doing a get, like doing a check for like the index being within the site, like the range? Like the index is greater than or equal to 0 and the size of the array is greater than 0, or the array is not empty. angry by neutral. Thank you. For neutral, adding more like have a nice day might already be less neutral. So you've got to remember, just because their personality is neutral doesn't mean they can't say certain things. It's not that the sentence is neutral. Like, we don't want the sentence to be neutral, or the sentence to be nice, or the sentence to be angry, or anything like that. We want the sentence to reflect the personality of the person picking it up. This is very different. Very different. Yeah. And we can't just have it saying buy, because if a customer comes into the store to pick up a bobblehead and you go up to speak to them and be like, yeah, what do you want? And they just say, buy. You have no idea that they're there to pick up a bobblehead. Yeah. Which I do need to actually change these. I do actually need to change these. These shouldn't be pick up excellent. These should be picked up. So this will be more accurate, I think. This will help you understand what we're going for. So get rid of this. And go. Get rid of this. Get rid of that. So I can just have them not say anything. Yeah. In my initial bit masking, it should all be covered. I'm storing adjacent tiles as an 8-bit integer. Somehow my values for coords x equals 0 are passing the check for the tile on the left, which would be 8. I'm also in Unity, not Godot now. It's been about a year since I've hopped in here. My project changed from procgen in Godot, which I got working, to procgen in I got working, then refactored, missed an edge case, literally an edge case. Alright, so angry. I guess this is acceptable. So these ones here, these ones are after they've picked up the bobble and been given it. This is for when they've come in and they want to pick up their bobblehead. Making a store right now. I'm not making a store. We have a store. The store is made. You're flipped. You should be hidden. Shop settings. I need to get rid of that. So, why is that facing the other direction? Why is it facing the other direction there? Did you make your assets? Some of them, yes. I've made the furniture, like the display shelves, the bobble stand, the workbench, the furnace, the storage shelves, the wire rack, all that stuff I've made. The bobble box model I made, I got someone to make the texture for me. The card packs I made, a lot of the bobbleheads I have altered Kenny assets to make. All of the NPCs are Cinti assets. The buildings are all Cinti assets. The store is just a Cinti asset that I've edited to give me give me what I need. So, yeah. Cinti. This Cinti store. I got a ton. I got a Cinti pack, like a bunch of Cinti packs through a Humble Bundle. So I figured if I'm getting a bunch of Cinti packs through a Humble Bundle, I may as well put them to use. And that's what I've done. Yep. I do like the look of that. I think I've been there. It's pretty good. It's good site. I'm too early to worry about nice assets. Why is this... flipped the wrong way? I don't see it rotating the loading bobble anywhere. See what happens with that. Actually. You're not rotated at all. Let's close that out. Okay. So we have a good repair job. The repair was good. You've given them the bobble. And it says what? So good relaxed is going to be what? What can someone that's relaxed picking up a good repair job say? What can their dialogue be? Relaxed NPC, good dialogue, a good repair. You've handed it over to them, and they say, good work. Or, thanks, it looks good. Relaxed equals laid back? Yeah, kind of. Irrational. Like slightly high. Don't take so long next time. Yeah, man, I got you. Nice. A nice person that is picking up a good repair job can say, looks better than new. Oh my god, it's like new. It's like new. Thank you very much. An angry person picking up a good bobblehead. Greetings, Pengu. How you doing? An angry person picking up a good repair job. About time. It's too similar to the irrational person saying don't take so long next time. Yeah. I would, well, actually, I can do something like that. I can take the don't take so long next time, put it up there, and down here, go. I was expecting you to do a better job. I guess this will do. Yeah. A neutral person. So they're not happy, they're not nice, they're not angry, they're not relaxed, they're not irrational. They're just meh. Like, you give them their bobblehead, it's repaired. Slightly better than an average repair job. You even fixed that? Didn't even notice it needed to be fixed. No. Didn't even notice that was an issue. Just eh. Alright, a relaxed person picking up just an average. Thank you. See you later. This is just an average one, so it's like just an average sentence, basically. Average irrational. This looks so bad. Why do I even bother? Yep. Average nice. Yo, Giddy, how we doing? How the bloody hell are we? Dialogue picked up average nice. What would it be? Nice person picking up an average job. An averagely repaired bobblehead. I guess this can be... Thank you very much. See you next time. And this one here can just be thanks. Angry can be... better not break by the time I get home. Neutral. Cheers, mate. Thank you for that one, Moonbase. Or as a neutral NPC picking up a average repair bobblehead would say, cheers, mate. Where are people still getting the Discord invite link from too? All good, except my ex, my oldest son's mother, is locked in jail custody. So it's a lot of contact with different departments, etc. But me and my boys are good. That's good to hear. That's good to hear. Is this an ex that's known for this type of behavior? I've had mine for over a year. You what? So it's a poor repair job. So this is below average. This is the second time? Ah, okay. Okay. You're late, Sizzler. I've had mine for over a year. I know, but like I'm talking about like the invite link to my Discord. I don't have it on my link tree anymore. I don't have it down below in the Twitch page. I don't have it anywhere else. So yeah, I don't know. Social Saturday with Jitspo. You were playing digital paintball. Nice. Is digital paint like what is? I know from the name what digital paintball is. Okay, it's paint. It's a paintball game. Yeah. Is Quake 2 mod? Okay, so it's Quake 2 mod. All right. I was like, it just makes me think of Splatoon, because like you're like running around shooting everything with paint, like trying to color everything something certain. But obviously this isn't that, right? This isn't that. Was originally a Quake 2 mod, but he ported it into his own thing when Quake 2 went open source. Nice. Okay, so this is a below average. First time was April to September 2025. God. Dialogue picked up poor, relaxed. We're setting up NPC dialogues. We've got to get all of these dialogues filled out. And then once we've done that, we've got to set up the logic for the repair dialogues. And then we've got to like test it all and make sure, like go through the process start to finish. And yeah, YouTube wrote me. I have that account since 2012 and never had a copy strike, etc. Never comment anything, just watch IT stuff. We need to verify your age by providing a government ID, otherwise you are restricted to like a kid's account. No comments, no videos, flagged for plus 14, etc. Yeah. It's because it's got nothing to do with age verification. It's got everything to do with digitally tracking everyone. Like, yeah. Like, I'm fine with providing it to YouTube because I've already needed to provide stuff like that to them for the streaming side of things, for like payouts and stuff. So I'm not like that's fine. That's fine by me. They already needed that information for other stuff. But things like Discord, I'm never giving it to because Discord has no reason to need me to provide that. Twitch is also requiring if done through a service known to have insecure databases and tracking a bunch of information for everyone. Yeah, so what's going to end up happening is there's going to be a ton of class action lawsuits that come out about this. Everyone is going to start getting huge paydays because these companies can't keep your personal information private and secure. So there's going to be a shit ton of class action lawsuits being like, you were supposed to keep this stuff secure. You didn't. You failed as a company, and now we're all at risk. So then a bunch of companies are going to move to force arbitration to try and avoid class actions. But there's places in the world that force arbitration cannot be enforced. There are places in the world where contracts that have forced arbitration are against the law. Especially here in EU, when your data is leaked, you can file a lawsuit against them for free. Yeah. Companies will not be getting my ID. Lock my account. I don't care. The fact that it can be enforced in places to begin with is stupid. Yeah. Anyway, we got ads. Let's do Twordle for this ad break. Give my brain a bit of a rest. Actually, yeah, we did get that one. Cool. Tipsy. Ghoul. Brand. Wreck. Don't post any links here, but Google when you have time about a new proposal towards California. Yeah, they want operating systems to do age verification. We talked about that yesterday. Yep. Very stupid indeed. The hell? So E doesn't go in the second. So there has to be a T, a P, or a D in the second. So Adept. Adept. There we go. There we go. Left bottom, Primo. Could be. It is Primo. Very nice. H-U-D-I-M. So we need to find a place for the H, I, U, and M. Humid. Too easy. Too easy. Okay. Fluke. So easy. So easy. Almost too easy. Okay, so we need relaxed NPC picking up a poorly repaired bobblehead. What's their dialogue going to be? I'm thinking it can be potatoes. No. No, not that. Good enough. This is horrible. It doesn't even bobble the same anymore. You tried your best. AI is so comically bad at analyzing code. I'm trying to bounce ideas off DeepSeek to find the bug. I keep getting, the bug is likely here, plus a long spiel about my code. Then I say, didn't I account for that in this section? Then it's like, oh, you're right. You did account for that here. Let's check edge cases. Nope, it all works. We are still safe for a while. Yep. Yep. Not to mention, NVIDIA driver issues. So, this here. NVIDIA pauses latest GPU driver release over fan and clock speed problems. So the Game Ready Studio 5959 WHQL driver was released a few days ago, is no longer available. We've discovered a bug in the drivers, and we have removed the downloads temporarily while our team investigates. If users have already installed this driver and are experiencing issues with fan control, please roll back to that. Problems with the new driver started cropping up shortly after it dropped. Some users found their GPU fans ignored custom fan curves and didn't show up in monitoring software. Others said their GPU fans stopped responding altogether. A few speculated it was due to MSI afterburner profiles conflicting with NVIDIA drivers, but that hasn't been confirmed. Other users have reported lower boost clocks with the driver, seemingly interfering with GPU voltages, particularly apparent on high-end cards like the 5080 and 5090, with performance notably falling in some cases. Like, how do you, as a GPU company, fuck up your GPU so bad? It's like your main thing. It's your whole thing. What a day to be an AMD user. Yeah. Yeah. They're all vibe coders nowadays. Yeah, true. That's true. That's very, very true. You're back! Welcome back, Cam. How goes the driving? Have you crashed yet? Notepad bug was almost certainly a vibe coding issue. The notepad bug, the inability to open the start menu, the inability to turn off Windows. I'm back up from brownie side. I have no idea what that means. I have not crashed. Nice. Yet. Why is Notepad executing markup? Because it's probably these days a what do you call it? The wrapper. Electron. It's probably an Electron wrapper application these days. Yeah. This is fixed. Take my business elsewhere next time. I'll keep that there. Neutral. If only they followed the specs 100% and didn't do any game-specific workarounds and optimizations, the gaming would be in a much better state. Windows 11 start menu is a React Native app? Probably. Yep. But it's Notepad. It makes notes for myself. You think that's what it does. You think that's what it does. Notepad doesn't need internet access. I'm just currently frustrated with the state of big tech. I don't want your stupid AI on my computer. I don't want any updates forced other than security. I don't want OneDrive by default. Yeah, that's a real pain in the ass. Have you seen what laptop manufacturers are doing for lower end laptops with the price of SSD going up? They are... So they're selling them as 128 gigabyte solid state drives with 1 terabyte OneDrive access for like 12 months or 30 days or something like that. It's so bad. So bad. So you go through these, and they're like on Amazon and stuff. So if we... Where are we? Let's go to Amazon. Let's go laptop. Let's see if we can find one. I don't think it's any of like the main companies. How could we find it? How could we find it? Laptop OneDrive? That could work. Yeah, here we go. $128 gig UFS, 512 gig SSD, 1 terabyte OneDrive. Now, they're using a micro SD image for storage there. 512 gigabyte SD card. 128 gigabyte UFS. That is shockingly bad. Oh, I'm not shopping for anything. I'm just showing off the scams that are going on Amazon at the moment. Let's see. This one has 2 terabyte storage. Ooh, 2 terabyte storage. 512 gigabyte onboard, 512 gigabyte external, 1 terabyte OneDrive. 1 terabyte OneDrive. It is so bad. So bad. They advertise as 2 terabyte, but when you read into it, it's like, oh, it's not actually 2 terabyte. That's wrong. Let's see. It seems like most of them are gone. Seems like there's only a couple left up. Which is good. It means people aren't going to get scammed. So, like the cloud storage being lumped in with local storage. Really funny business going on. Yeah. Yeah. I told myself before I got this PC, my next one was going to be Linux. But I want to play League of Legends with my friends. I really should just dual boot. Learn Linux, get off Google Windows, all that BS. I'm over all of this. I don't want to live on this planet anymore, Professor Farnsworth. I'm not trying to be negative. I'm just really upset about the lack of ownership, lack of privacy, forced updates, and break things. So the problem with dual booting, Brenner, if you have Windows installed on the same drive as Linux, occasionally a Windows update is going to break your Linux install or wipe your Linux install completely. There have been Windows updates in the past that have done that. So you would want to install Linux on a separate drive, on a separate SSD or something like that. And then at boot time, you just select that other drive to boot into and use Linux that way. That way, Windows hopefully won't completely break your setup. About modern Notepad, Dave Plummer, Dave's Garage on YouTube, former Microsoft employee, was so angry about the modern features, AI and stuff, that he made his minimal own version using AI. I think I've seen some videos by Dave's Garage where he's talking about, what do you call it? He's talking about Task Manager, right? And how it came about and stuff. I guarantee that is intentional. I've turned off delivery optimization. I don't know how many times. Windows updates. It's back on. Yep. Yeah. It's very much deliberate. It's very much a malicious practice. Let's see. Neutral NPC for repair job. I switched to Linux on Red Hat 5.2. Yes, I'm old. How long ago was that? 98. Whoa. All right. I think the first time I used Linux was Ubuntu in, it would have been around 2002, 2003. That would have been the first time I used Linux. I was like 14, 15. Had a cheap laptop. Yeah. Mine was HP UX. Oh, that's insane. I've never even heard of HP UX. I've probably heard of it, but just don't remember it. That's crazy. It bobbles again. Thanks. There we go. What up, Myth? Hope you had a good Next Fest. I don't know. I assume so. I haven't been tracking stuff. What is the date today? Holy shit! It's the 1st of March already. Holy shit. Okay. For some reason, I thought it was like the 26th or something. I thought it was like the 26th or 28th of March. Christ. Oh, sorry, of February. How you doing, Myth? First time I used Linux intentionally was Ubuntu when they just started using the Unity UI. The Unity UI. Speaking of Linux, I was dual booting, and last week I got rid of my Windows install and gone full Cashy OS. Wasn't booting into Windows anyways for several months. Nice. Nice. Get rid of it. I was using Linux Mint for 3 years, now on Fedora. Until they're forced by governments to add age verification stuff at account creation, and then you switch to like something that's not any of those. Just get Linux from scratch and just build that. Done. Americans and Australians basically live on different dates. Yep. That's correct, Inspirator. But on my PC, I still need Windows 11 for Combat Flight Sim. I'm doing good, working on a cricket roguelike prototype. A cricket roguelike? Interesting idea. How would that function? My Windows PC host name is Wintendo. Nothing related to Unity for game dev. I'm interested in a cricket roguelike. Is it like each innings, or not each innings, each over is a round, and after that something happens that makes it a roguelike sort of thing? My message about Ubuntu Unity earlier. Right. As of now, it's a dice and card game with cricket rules. Yeah, each over is a round. Okay, cool. Very interesting. That's going to be very unique. Very unique indeed. What about an NFL or a rugby roguelike? Did you know Dusk FPS and Vampire Survivors got crawler versions? I saw the Vampire Survivors one. I didn't know about Dusk. So this is pickup. I guess these don't need the quality. I reckon give my bobblehead. You don't give me my bobblehead now, I'm calling the police! I need to check online for copyright, as I want to make in Godot a simple game like in war games, with some quests, etc., to get better air defenses, better nukes, etc. So, like, just to make sure that you're not infringing on war games copyright and that type of stuff. It shouldn't have any issues as long as you alter the game to be a bit different. Copy, and there is already a game like that. Okay. So I was actually talking to Mike about that the other day, because my next game that I'm gonna make, it's going to resemble like Portal type thing, where you're completing puzzles within a facility, but instead of having like a Wheatley or a Gladys, there's gonna be like multiple humanoid robots that are like helping you through, like going through dialogue with you and like interacting with you and stuff like that. There's not going to be any portal gun. No portal or dimensional stuff going on. And the storyline's going to be it's going to tie into my overarching storyline. Bobble Shop Sim is the first thing. This next game is going to be like much later in the timeline, much further in the future, kind of like the second last thing in the timeline. So, can't make money with games or software. Not even 1 cent. In Lux, you're not allowed. In Luxembourg, you're not allowed. Also, like Twitch income. Really? For that, you need to form a company with at least 28,000 euro fundings. So we don't have startups here, really? That's odd. That's very, very strange. But yeah, like, just because a game is similar, as long as you do it differently enough and like make it unique enough and whatnot, you're basically fine when it comes to copyright. You can't do it like in most countries. Sell it, pay your taxes, etc. You're good. Not here. Yeah, that's very odd. Dialogue picked up relaxed. So, or pick up relaxed. Just picking up a bobblehead. Or just picking up my bobblehead. Nice. Hi. I have a bobblehead to pick up when you have a second. And as I have a job, I would have a second one, then I have to pay double taxes and taxes for health, etc. I would need to make at least $600-900 a month with streaming games, so no. Yeah, it's very difficult to make anything near that. Let's see, so we do dialogue, pick up neutral. We can do... Oh, I reviewed my healthcare last night. After the stream last night, I checked my emails. And my private healthcare provider was saying that in April, like April 1st, my healthcare, my monthly healthcare cost would be going up to like $206 a month. And I was like, nah, too much. So I went and had a look. I was doing some comparisons between healthcare companies. And I found that if I changed my policy with my current provider, I could get a policy that was virtually the same for $165 a month. And I was like, holy shit, I could save $40 a month, have pretty much the exact same cover. And I don't... What? Look at defense health. Is that like for people in the defense force and stuff like that? Because I think they have some pretty good government, like government style healthcare. I thought you were going to say you dropped it. No, I'm never dropping it. They have reduced the requirements on it. Oh, nice. Very nice. Like, the main thing that the things that I make sure I have covered on my healthcare is you've got to have cancer treatments covered. Because otherwise that's going to just send you so far into the red. That's one thing. Dental is the other thing. I go for a checkup every 6 months, and I get a clean every 6 months. So I make sure that those things are covered. Optical. I go into my optometrist once a year and get checked. Get new glasses if I need new glasses, because I have $250 annually that I can use on getting glasses. Totally off topic, but is it normal that Mike's 15-month sub badge is broken? It's not broken. I can see it perfectly fine. I think you might need to refresh your page there, Wusa. Because if I move this over here, it's right there. It's perfectly fine. Yeah, you might need to refresh the chats there. It could be, like, one thing it could be is an issue with the server that's providing it to you, like, providing that badge to you. So it could be a Twitch cache issue, or something like that. Because, like, I can see it. I can see it perfectly fine. So it's not that the badge is broken, it's something on Twitch's stuff is broken. Yeah. 5 weeks of radiation treatment, 15,000. Yeah. Yeah, it cost a lot. Is pick up one word or two words? Yeah. Yeah. Cool. It does have a space in it. It does have a space. Cool. So that's all of the dialogue done. Cool. Image of Ink okay here? Yeah, an Image of Ink is fine. Like, I'm not saying that it's not broken for you, Musa. I'm just saying, like, there's nothing I can do about it. Like, yeah, there's nothing I can do about that. That's gonna be a Twitch issue. Yeah. Twitch has a lot of issues from time to time. They got many problems. Super duper number of problems. The other thing I want to do... I get rid of the... No, I'm not. We'll leave that. Turkish is TR, isn't it? Let's get this. So we're going to add TR to everything because we want to add Turkish localization. Yeah, TR. Cool. So we add TR. I need to find that. Get all of this added. All right. We need not extras, dialogue. Because, yeah, I think I'm going to get Turkish and Korean done next. I'll probably get those done later this month. Big problem indeed. I refreshed and now Twitch is telling me 1 year subscriber. It was 15 months before refresh. Yeah. Wouldn't it be easier to edit in LibreOffice and export to CSV? We should try it and it breaks CSV. I don't want to install LibreOffice bullshit onto my system. I hate LibreOffice. I hate Microsoft Office. I hate all of those Word doc install, like Word doc and Excel programs and PowerPoint programs, they all suck. If I really want to use Excel, I will just use Google Sheets. And that's what I use with like what I do is I send the CSV file through to the translation service. They put it into a Google Doc, like a Google CSV spreadsheet. And then they like update everything there, and then they send me the link with all of that. And then I just download that. So, LibreOffice, my beloved. What do we need to do now? We need HUD. Need to add TR. Let's see. Almost. I could have just done a replace. Oops. God damn, there's so much in here. Oh, Mike, did you hear about Australia's emergency system that they're going to be testing in July? I really should have just done a find replace of all of it. That's alright. It's done now. I set up my Windows PC 3600X and a 2060. Boy, it's so slow compared to 5090X with better RAM. I'm using it now to dump bigger Steam games onto, just to avoid a hard drive in my PC. I know hard drive's superior, but for games I can easily re-download if breakage. I don't care, that's fair. Clicky noise gets a bit annoying because my normie motherboard doesn't have sleep functions for the drives. I have a Be Quiet 600 or something. It's not that quiet. The plastic side panels cause noise, so I took one off just to stop the darn heat creaking. I remember when England did it a few times. I knew it wouldn't affect me because de-googled phone, but I just have to be somewhat within siren range if something bad happens. No, so what Australia is doing, so Australia is launching this new thing on mobile phones. It bypasses texts and all that. It shows up on your lock screen, even if you have it set to hide notifications and stuff like that. But they're beginning trials, faster emergency warnings to Australians in times of disaster. Government initially promised the national messaging system would be ready by the end of 2024. As always, it's 2 years late. Systems designed for natural disasters such as bushfires and floods, but could be used for police operations and terrorist attacks. It's going to be something like this. You know, this would be the test message that we get. A nationwide test of this system will occur on July 27 at 2 p.m. Australian Eastern Standard Time, when everyone is in Australia. When everyone in Australia with a compatible mobile device will receive an alert. And it's not just going to be like a notification on your phone saying, hey, you've got a notification. No, it's going to have a siren sound accompany it. So, yep. Yeah, annoying. Annoying as shit. Localized trials take place in urban, regional, and remote areas across Australia in June. Geelong. Suck it. Yeah. It's gonna suck. It's gonna suck. So if I'm on stream at that time and you hear a loud siren go off, I apologize. I'm apologizing 6 months in advance, 7 months in 5 months. Because we're in the 3rd month now. 5 months in advance. I thought it was January for a second. How the fuck are we already in March? How are we already in March? God damn. Already in March. That's redonkulous. I think it's Google that handles the system on Android. Yep. Instead of the phone provider. Yeah. Yeah. It's like Google and Apple and whatnot that handle it. But yeah. At work before, it was going off every five or so mins. I de-googled OS probably never had the package. Then before you will receive weather reports through this system. We have something similar in Poland. Oh, if they start sending weather reports every day, being like, hey, it's a sunny day, I'm going to start a class action against the government for harassment if they do that. I'll be like, you're harassing everyone in Australia to tell them about the weather. We don't give a shit. And then just sue the government and have everyone in Australia given like $10,000 for the inconvenience. And force them to stop using the alert system outside of an emergency. Also, Australia needs to start doing what Alaska does. I think Australia needs to start taxing mining companies and stop bailing them out and stuff when stuff goes wrong, and then take the money that they tax from them and give that to the Australian people as like mining dividends. I would love that. I would love that, because then everyone in Australia would be getting so much money. A fantastic idea. Let's see. Where's the NPC dialogue setup? Oh, actually, that's something I need to set up first. Repair order needs to have NPC personality. And also, when we set up the NPC, do we pick what texture it has at this point? Okay, so we need override material get path. Standard material 3D. So when this gets created, NPC personality is going to be order NPC personality. NPC material will be nothing. Well, actually, no, it'll be order NPC material resource path if order NPC material is not null, else that. Then we go if dictionary gets NPC material ooh, no, it's not going to be that. It's going to be under order. So it would be dictionary data dictionary order dictionary. It's going to be dictionary get order. There we go. Order dictionary. Order dictionary. It's like this. If it's not empty, ooh, actually. It's always going to be set. It's always going to be set. We don't need to worry about that check. Instead, we just do NPC mesh. I don't know. Order material, load, order dictionary, get NPC material. The reason why we're storing the material, the mesh, and the personality is so that when we spawn the NPC in for this, it is the exact same. They have the same personality, they have the same material, the same look, all that stuff. Excellent. All right. Ads coming in. I'm going to have some more water. Tasty. Oh. If I don't inhale the water. I'm an adult that's made it 35 years through life, and I still can't drink water without choking. Skill issue? Clearly a skill issue. I put my stat points into the wrong thing, I think. Alright, so it's third person. Or it has third person. It has single player. It's between 2007 and 2011. Battlefield 2. Look at that. Easy. The ads haven't even had time to start yet. No time to start. Already crushed it. Let's do another one. Walking Dead Season 1. It's a point and click and something else. Single player is going to be a Monkey Island. On a roll. On a roll. 2007 to 2011, third person, single player. Horror or survival or drama. I feel this is going to be a shooter. I know it's not fear. I know it's not fear, but... Okay, it is a shooter, 2010 or 2011. Probably a horror at this point. A third-person horror shooter. Resident Evil 4. Nope, it's not a Resident Evil game. Okay. Not a Resident Evil game. It's not going to be Silent Hill. Third-person shooter horror single player. When was Alan Wake? A third-person horror shooter. 2010 to 2011. Oh my god. What is that? I can't think of it. I cannot think of it. There's no Black Ops Zombies. It's the only third person that's throwing me. Let me try. I'm just going to get the year. Okay, so it's a 2010. 2010 first-person single-player shooter horror. That's not Prey. That was like 2007. And that was also first-person. Just Cause 2. I don't think that's a horror. I don't think that's a horror. I'm thinking maybe like a Turok or something. Yeah. But that's first person Turok. Oh damn. Darksiders. It needs to be a shooter. Thinking like maybe Devil May Cry? No. Alright, Xbox Publishing. Remedy Entertainment Dev. Is this gonna be... This is Gears? But Gears of War has multiplayer, doesn't it? It's not Gears. It's not Gears. Remedy is Control. But Control's 2019. Like, this is a 2010 shooter. Like, what did Remedy do in 2010? Mass Effect. It could be Mass Effect. It could be Dead Space. I'm gonna try Alan Wake because that's what I thought of initially. Yeah, Alan Wake. Because I thought of Alan Wake like ages ago because of this picture down here in the bottom. Like that's Alan Wake 2, I think. Like, it always reminds me of Alan Wake 2. So I was like, when was the first Alan Wake made? Now I know. The first Alan Wake, 2010. There you have it. I heard you. I was like, he got this. And then I talked myself out of it. I was like, nah, I don't think it was 2010. I continue to be angered by Godot's lack of API consistency and symmetry, so I made yet another proposal. What was the inconsistency? File access doesn't have a direct way to get fixed length strings. What do you mean? You have to get a buffer, then deserialize from packed byte array. Yep. Yep, because it's a file reader, not a... Like, you read the file, which is bytes, and then you pass it to then you pass it however you want. Could be encrypted. You know, it has other string functions too. It does, but you first need to... Like, you first need to do... Like, set up stuff before that. Like, if it's an encrypted file or something like that, or if you want to deserialize base 64 or something, like, perhaps it's not perhaps the file you're opening isn't a text file. Perhaps it's something else. With derived formats especially. Yeah. But so file access is a general purpose file accessor. And then you pass the byte array however you need to handle it. So you would process any headers in the file and stuff like that. So like, yeah, I'd just convert the byte array to a string and then handle it from there. That's all I'd do. Let's do that. Where was I? That's right, I was setting those up. So I've now got the personality and the material saved as well. We can close that. We can close that. And then under NPC, we have this. Repair can be 0.6, so it's common enough to make it worth your while. Just do pop back for all of these. Do that. Even the string functions aren't consistent. It's basically you want file access to have a function of... Well, actually, hang on. They've got getLine, which gives you a string. I think they also have getAsText. They have getAsText, which gives you the entire file as a string. And then you can do whatever parsing you want on that. You can just look at, like, you can go like get slice or substring. Several container formats have, several, but not all. You're talking about like a use case that isn't for all formats. So one thing you want Godot's file access to do is to be as general as possible. Because Godot is a general purpose engine. You don't want Godot to have like an extra 20 megabytes of code that's handling a ton of different specificities that most people aren't going to need, because then that's going to just add bloat to the engine. There's stuff that most people probably aren't using, but is good for very niche cases, such as I don't know why my game engine would need an entire way to compress and decompress zip files. So that's the thing, Sizzler. It has a way to compress and decompress them, but it has a general way to do that. It's not providing you 25 different types of compression. You know? It's just a general class to handle compression and decompression. And then you can pass in, do what you want. But it's like if people perhaps with that, you could have it that you package a zip file with extra resources and such, so that the download is smaller. And then when you start up the game, you can unzip that stuff So that way, people don't need to download as large of a file. Yeah. Especially if your game was like 20 gigabytes and you're like, oh, this 5 gigabyte of stuff we can actually compress into like a 1 gig file. And now we've only got to download 16 gigs. Yeah, that's one use case. Or you set it up, you use it for bug reports, Sizzler. You allow people, when something goes wrong in the game, they create a bug report, they email you a zip file with the logs. So then in Godot, you just have it get the log file and the save files, zip it up into a folder, email that off. Done. Doesn't require the user to do anything. So there's a bunch of use cases for that in a game engine. I would say that every game should have that sort of bug reporting system. It's very common for games to have a bug reporting system that emails log files and stuff through. I think what you're trying to do, Sizzle, is you're trying to make Godot too much. You're trying to make it too much to your specific needs. Because like you're gonna run into this stuff when you go into like Unity or Unreal or Default or Ogre or anything like that. It's not gonna be exactly like doing exactly every specific thing you need it to do. Working on part of an import plugin I'm contributing to. Asymmetry across data classes. Should those data classes have asymmetry? Shop level 5 introduces trading. I'm going to introduce trading at level 3. And then this at 5. And this at 10. I'm going to move you to be 0.0. We're going to take that, pop that there. Alright. So, why is that trade? Sell, purchase, repair, trade. I mean, I guess... Yeah, that'll be fine. I can add in the conscious bobble stuff later. Yeah. Same argument as this is a data management class, can also apply to stream peer and networking, where everything is the class in the class is just serialized. Also, like, in something like Godot, you're never gonna have asymmetry across everything because you've got a ton of different devs working on a bunch of different areas. So if you open up that can of worms, you're essentially going to need to go through and make sure everything is in asymmetry. Otherwise, you're not achieving what you want to achieve. I think that's all we need for that. So level 5, we'll add repairing. Level... Or do we want to... I think level 5, we will have both of them. Yeah, we'll do that. Cool. So market rarity. Getting close to lunchtime. I'm getting hungry. Seems a lot less. Getting a small string out of a file seems a lot less niche than some people think. What would the use case for it be? Because majority of people will be using files to store settings or save data. And they'll just load those up when the game is loaded, and then populate objects and resources with the information that they then use. In the case of importers, need to access strings inside binary files at some point. Outside of accessing the binary file in general? Like, wouldn't you already have the binary file loaded up? And I suppose this binary file, you're not going to be assigning that through to a bunch of different objects and resources. Can't supply a byte ahead of a string. Its length without breaking compatibility, even with everything else. What is riff? Resource interchange file formats. Generic file container format for storing data in tagged chunks is primarily used for audio and video, though it can be used for arbitrary data. Microsoft implementation is known through the container formats AVI, ANI, and Wave, which use Riff as their base. Fair enough. I guess your use case requires that to be used. Let's see, dialogue type. This is where we're gonna get interesting. Dialogue type is trade. We do that. If type, actually let's do match type. As dialogue type, I would need to add pickup. Coco! G'day, you dunce. How yous doing? Get steamed? Always gotta get steamed. Have a good run. I hope you're not too steamed after your run. Get it? Get it? Get it? We're just setting up our NPC repair dialoguing. So when an NPC comes in wanting to get a bobblehead repaired, it pops up with the correct request to drop off the bobblehead. However, I want this to erase dialogue type trade pop back, and if I'm gonna have to set up a function, that's right, Steam Coco Raid. Diag types erase enums. Dialog type repair. Diag waits. Pop back. Need shop function. To identify if any workbenches are available. If there's no workbenches available, we don't want an NPC to be like, hey, I want this to be repaired. Yeah. Because then you would take the broken bobble, but then you can't do anything with it. Yeah. So that's actually something I should do while I'm thinking of it. Where's the get interactions here? If held and if is broken, no. Shit. I do need a... Damn it. Where are you set from? No. I don't want it to switch into the held state. So what'll happen is this will reparent under here. And then it will go into the hold position. Held object is not bobble, or held object is not conscious. We do that. That's fine. Fine with that. So that's when we pick it up off the bench. Down in here, we have to do... I can get rid of that because or what interactions does held have? That's the big question here. Collect. So held has collect. So because it's not going into the held state, it's just going into the broken state. If state machine, current state, state. Keep it consistent. That or state machine, current state, state is broken. So if state machine's null, or the current state is null, or the current state is broken, we return. We have no interactions for it. Unless it's placed. Yep, okay. If that and get node is not workbench, Actually, no. Is workbench. No. Is not workbench. If it's broken and it's 2 nodes up is not workbench, then it's not placed on the Bobble's position on the workbench, so we don't want to be able to take it. Easy. Okay. This dialogue type repair, we're going to do what? We have request bobbles. Enums dialogue type pair. Actually, no, this is for request. I don't need that there. What am I doing? What am I doing? So this is the offer bobble. Rarity. I think that's everything we need, actually. I don't think I need to do anything there. I think it's all up on... Yeah, it's all up on here. It's all in the UI that I need to handle. Here. In here, I just need to like toggle off certain things and toggle on others. And calculate the repair price. Which will be market price. We'll make it like $30 plus 1.5 times the market price. Yeah. The hell was I doing here? The hell's this weird ass calculation? Desmos. I've forgotten that. Square root of 1 over 150. Okay. Times market price over 100. Times x plus 6 over 100. Which actually, I think I need to change this because market price is already up. So I don't need that for the X. And you would have to be... times X plus 0.06 times 100. Okay. So a bobble worth what? $2 would cost about what? $3.40 to repair. A bobble worth $10 would be $80 to repair. No. Because that price gets way too ridiculous fast when you have like a $200 bobble. Like that, yeah, that's way too much. That's way too much. So what I was thinking was we do the market, like whatever the market price is. So we do 30 plus X times 1.5. No. We do X. Because that's too linear. That's too linear for me. So like a $20 bobble would be $60 to repair. A $100 bobble would be $180 to repair. I feel we need a slight curve in there. So like this 30 here needs to be like 30 times E. No. Hmm. Yeah, it's just doing the same thing. What could this be? I want to give it a slight curve. Like, obviously, like, squared's way too much. $1.05. $1.1. Actually, do I even do it based on X? Do I just have it based on rarity? So do I do like 30 to the power of n? And then n is 1 to 4 for the different rarities. You know, we do like X plus that. So the cost so we would really only care about this one here. And when it's 1, actually that's another one. Because 30 squared is way too high. What would that be? It'd be 125. Actually, no, it can be 0.25. Oh, can't. What would that be? 5 over 4. That's an annoying step value. Or would it be a 0.25 over 4 over 0.5? No. Five on 4. Yeah, it is that. Damn it. So it's priced the bobblehead plus $30. So for a $30 for a $10 bobblehead. For a $10 bobblehead, it's $117 to repair a enchanted. Even though the enchanted version of the $10 bobblehead is probably going to be like $400. So just X plus N or X plus 30. So price plus 30 for a $10 rare, like shiny bobblehead. It's almost $60 to repair it. For a $10 gold bobblehead, you're looking at about $90 to repair it. For a $10 enchanted bobblehead, I'm at about 130 to repair it. If we zoom out, that's not feasible. That's not feasible. I'd want it to have some sort of a curve to it, like a quadratic. So if I did x to the 3, like x cubed, it does this. We divide that by... we want to scale that out more, don't we? We had to catch a stream with Flying Blue Head. I know, right? It's so good. Not only that, you can change what color I am. I'm just noticing I'm very far down in the corner, aren't I? I've just noticed that. I think my repositioning of stuff the other day has caused me to be lower down than I normally am. I'm gonna have to fix that this afternoon. But yeah, usually I'm further up. Usually I'm about here, but like the camera is like, yeah. Oh well. Oh well. I'll fix that this arvo. Nujank, giving me a shout out. Don't raid me, Nujank. Don't raid me. I'm about to finish. Okay? If you're listening, do not raid. Alright. I'm gonna figure out that calculation later. That's what I'm gonna do. I do need to finish up about now, though. I do need to finish up about now. So, what we're going to do, we are going to raid Nujank, who is playing Bobble Shop Sim at the moment. Okay? Yeah. I'm going to make sure to put the underscore in the right place. Yep. Unfortunately, Cifro, this is the end of my 5-hour period. The end of my 5 hours. I will be back in 5 hours to stream for another 5 hours. We're gonna finish off this dialogue stuff tonight and start testing the repairing of bobbleheads. That's what we're gonna do. I think there's still some stuff I need to do, but we'll see what happens. Just I've gotten engaged in the lore. Oh, trust me, there's a lot to catch you up on with that. If you're here tonight, I'm back in 5 hours to stream for another 5 hours. We can catch you up on a whole bunch more then. All right? Here is my schedule. That's my schedule. Also, Bobble Shop Sim. Go to Steam. Wishlist it. The demo's there. You can play the demo. Yeah, all that stuff. But we're going to go see Nujank, who is playing Bobble Shop Simulator. I will see you. Thank you for the follow. Much appreciated. You're fantastic. You're done. I will see you tonight. Good night. Good dunce.